Any modifications to the agenda? None. And then let's move forward with the approval for the minutes from the last meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting?
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So minutes are approved for the meeting on July 11th, 2025.
May I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
Before we proceed. So you're aware my appointment is like ending. And they said I could go ahead and serve in the
Sure.
meantime. Do you know if I'm still allowed to vote? Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you technically serve till replaced, unless you choose not to serve any longer.
And so what Sheena's referring to is we have had maybe some miscommunication with the state on when our terms lapse and renew. I'm hoping we can get together and make some sort of maybe just spreadsheet so that we have more awareness. I think you did everything on your part and just assumed it went through, and we have no idea who we're contacting or how to follow through with that. So I know mine is coming up in the fall. Does anyone else know their dates? June, okay. So maybe Callie can get that to us in a spreadsheet form just so we have a little bit more awareness of when it's happening. For the report of the president, Todd Fleischer has provided some very good information about VA and the most updated rules. This was all updated in actually 2020, very likely prompted by COVID. And so it does, just to summarize, reiterate that the federal government does have all authority over their properties. They actually they require a state license from any state. You do not have to have a license from the state that you're practicing in. And in addition, they have established that the VA determines its own federal scope. The scope is not related to what's happening in the state that you're practicing. So I am going to have Callie get this posted on the website for us. I think Todd may want to review it, or I'm sorry, Tim, you may want to review it and make sure that we have a full understanding of all the points here. But thank you to the KOA. That was very good information. So let's move along to the report of the Vice President.
I don't have anything to report at this time. I just need to request if we can reschedule the January meeting because I will not be available.
Sure. I'm okay doing that now. If everyone wants to look at calendars. Sorry. Great. How concerned are we with being able to get the Capitol building in January? Like past the second or third week? Mhm.
So I'm going to be unavailable from the 2nd to the 10th. The 2nd to the 10th, I'll be unavailable.
I'm good with the 14th because I need to avoid the last week of the month.
Perfect. That's good.
Thank you.
And Callie, just let us know if we have any concerns with getting rooms or anything on your side if we need to change. the Secretary Treasurer.
Yes, ma'am. A few seconds. I want to make sure I get that on my. Previously, I was given the task to look into some of the equipment and things dealing with tightening lids and other apparatuses, and we've talked about this previously with some of the similar technology on treating meibomian gland dysfunction. We're going to have a series of new equipment companies that are applying the same technologies but to different structures of the eye. With lids tightening, meibomian gland dysfunction, other skin disorders. And at this point in time, we have had the position, we're not supportive or denying either one. This is a non-invasive procedure, not making any incisions on the skin. I see nothing at this point in time that conflicts with our current rules and regs and things that we have in place, but I think that the position that we've had, as with previous similar instruments, should stay in place like we are for now.
I think something to consider with a lot of these new instruments is to determine who is doing the procedure.
Mhm.
So for example, with IPL, an esthetician or a person without a license granted by the state can perform that procedure, which to me means that optometry should have only even more availability to their scope.
Agreed.
I think some of the challenges will come in with some of these new instruments coming in that address the retina and liability and that sort of thing. So we may have to dig deeper into those.
Some of the other things that are going to limit it for now is there are no reimbursable codes through insurance processes. So it's strictly a cosmetic viewed procedure at this point. And to get into some of these instruments, you're looking at $125,000. So that's going to limit it at this point in time. But there are several different manufacturers getting into the area because I've had several even calling on my office recently. So it's going to be an increasing issue for us to probably further address at some point.
Are you referring specifically to like IPL, radio frequency types of?
Technology is the same. The heads are different from one unit to the next, depending on the area of the tissue they're dealing with. At some point in time, my belief is that the equipment will switch out a different head or different software, depending on which area you're working on.
And in addition to that, so you're talking about
Light and radio frequency both as being applied.
so low-level light therapy as well. That's kind of often sold in conjunction with the IPL. I assume that kind of falls under the same. I've had some questions about the level light therapy for the retina for macular degeneration.
I think that's what Madam President was referring to a minute ago, that
Currently, our stance would be the same as it is for the rest, which is that
currently we have not had a stance at this point.
and that's the same as what you say for IPL.
Well, IPL is primarily what we talked about initially a few meetings back.
But basically, they have the same status in terms of the way that our board views.
That's under discussion.
I'm just trying to clarify.
And so I believe the board published 2 years ago that IPL was within the standard. And I think now in the future, these may be looped into our conversation that has gone to the DA's office on can we make that distinction and at what level do we decide it's under our purview versus the legislation. On that topic, do we have any updates from DA's office? Yeah.
No. No, I'll try to get a timeline and let y'all know.
Any other comments about IPL or light therapy?
That concludes my report.
I am going to hold on your report if we could move to our reciprocity. Is Dr. Sass available?
Can you hear me?
Could you tell us how to pronounce your name?
Yes, Michaela Sass.
Thank you. Dr. Sass, give me 2 seconds. I am pulling up your information here. And then Dr. Sass, tell us a little bit about yourself and your intentions on moving to Kansas.
Well, thank you for scheduling this hearing today. I really appreciate it. And I've really appreciated corresponding with Callie too. She's been very helpful. I'm from Smith Center, Kansas originally, and I've been practicing in Nebraska for the last 5.5 years in various settings, mostly corporate settings. And so my hope is to return to the state and really enhance access to care, in particular in a rural area. I've been working with an optometrist or corresponding with an optometrist in Waukene, Dr. Heather Robin, and I just really feel like she and I share the same vision for optometric care regarding providing a personalized experience. I also hope to expand care and nursing home facilities and school screenings. And that's just really my desire is to return to my home state, but to be able to provide patients with the quality of care that they deserve. The past several years I've been in practice, there's been too much of an emphasis on just really volume. And I hope to practice differently in the future.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Sass?
Can you expand on your nursing home care that you were referring to?
Yeah, I've talked some with Dr. Robin, and it sounds like she has partnered with some nursing homes where she's been able to go in and do exams. I also worked at a facility in Ogallala where we traveled to North Platte and provided exams to nursing home patients. That's an area, as I've been practicing in, it's been really difficult to give those individuals the length of time they need in a general exam room. And so my hope was that by going into those facilities and just really being attentive to their needs that way, that I could bring the care to those patients like they deserve.
Will you actually have sort of an exam room there or be taking equipment with you, or how's
I
that
would
gonna?
take I would take equipment, yes, and I need to talk more to Dr. Robin about what that has looked like in the past for her. But similar to what I did while attending the Southern College of Optometry, I would take a trial frame and a chart and just really all my own equipment, BIO, that sort of thing too.
And so can you expand on, are you joining a practice that Dr. Robin has already established, or will you guys be creating your own practice?
Yes, it would be joining her practice that she has already established with the possibility of joint ownership in the future, but really seeing how we work together initially before moving forward in that regard. She also, well, I really have a passion for children, and she love seeing more of the medical aspect with patients, and I do enjoy both, but I think a lot of our collaboration would allow me to practice more in my area of enjoyment, which is working with children, and more of a pediatric population too at her practice.
Any other questions or concerns for Dr. Sass? And would anyone like to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve the reciprocity application pending a law exam. Is that right? We waiting?
Yes.
I would make the motion to approve pending the law exam.
Do it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Congratulations, Dr. Sass. Your reciprocity has been approved pending taking the law test, which I think Callie will get arranged with you to move forward with.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And then let's move forward with the trade name approval for Dr. Buller. Dr. Buller, are you available? Okay. We'll give Dr. Buller about 5 more minutes to log on. Okay.
Do you have a phone number? I guess you wouldn't have that, would you?
Dr. Buller, are you available? Dr. Buller, your microphone might be muted. So while we are waiting on that technical
Hello?
difficulty, good morning.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think it muted me automatically and I didn't realize it, so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Beaver, is this one that you have previously looked at already?
It is, and basically it was practice that initially was part of Dave Jacoby's practice. She's been there, she's taken it over, she's converting it from the Jacoby name to her own name. So I don't see a problem there. The only question I did have is the corporation name still staying in Jacoby's name?
Well, the corporation, the legal name is David A. Jacoby OD Chartered. I've been doing business as I got a trade name approval last year for Osage Vision Clinic.
Right.
I haven't changed the legal name at this time due to credentialing and that kind of thing. So that for now will be staying the same, and I'm just trying to seek trade name approval for Bullard Eye Care for both locations now.
Okay. So, and just a question, I'm not sure how it does or doesn't apply. So I know Sue passed away and she's on there, so she's no longer an owner. Is Dave Jacoby still an owner at all of the corporation?
No.
Okay. That was my only question.
And Sue wasn't an owner either, right? Like that's not listed as an owner because we tried to get all that changed.
I just thought I
Was Sue
saw her
listed
name
as an
on it.
owner somewhere?
Well, I saw the certificate, and being a medical corporation, I guess actually she couldn't be an owner, but I saw her listed on that certificate, I thought.
She's listed as a
Okay.
secretary, and assistant secretary.
Yeah.
Oh, she still is. We tried to get all that switched over in the Kansas State. We did an ownership change form last year, but I know that you know, I thought all of that got switched over.
So the document we're looking at is from 1982.
Oh, gotcha.
How do
So
you,
yeah, that's probably,
how do you spell
what'd you say?
Jacoby? How do you spell Jacoby?
Jacoby.
Yeah, I have no problem with the trade name part of what you're changing it to. I just know we're trying to match up corporations with practice, so I wanted to make sure we were in good shape there.
Yeah,
Yes.
do we have the corporate documents somewhere? I think I've
I
only
can
seen the
send
trade
that.
name application and it. Dr. Bowler, this is Tim Racer, legal counsel to the board.
Mhm.
And so I understood earlier, you're going to be practicing through this professional corporation.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the name of the professional corporation?
David A. Jacoby OD chartered. And we'll eventually change that corporation name. I credentialed under all that to get started a little bit faster, but we'll eventually be changing that too.
And so when you go to the Council Grove location, will it still be under the same corporation?
Legally, yeah.
I'm not finding it through the Secretary of State's database. It's David A. Jacoby.
OD chartered.
So did that name change from that 1982 paperwork that we're looking at? Because that has a different name. Or am I misreading that?
What are
That
you
was the-
reading on there?
That was the name change from French to Jacoby.
Yeah, that was from French to Jacoby. We haven't done a legal name change because our lawyer said we didn't technically have to, but are you guys suggesting we do that?
I have. So Dr. Bowler, I'm looking at the most recent information report that was filed with the Secretary of State in
Oh,
March of this year.
yes,
And it only indicates that Dr. Jacoby is a shareholder
which
of the
he's
entity.
not anymore. Yeah,
Okay.
that was a big mess. She filed it. Sue actually went and filed it as them being the shareholders. I don't know why she did that. Because I'm financing through him and 100% of the shares are mine as long as I don't default on the payment. So I think she still was misunderstanding that since I was financing through him. And she went ahead and filed it before we could file it. So then yeah, it was a big mess.
But it sounds like
It's
you're
been a big mess.
suggesting, okay. It sounds like you're
But
suggesting though
I'm
to
the
look,
owner.
legal title of the shares has transferred to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what,
And I have that change form, so I don't know why she filed it like that when she did. I have no idea. My accountant doesn't know why she did that, but I think she misunderstood since we had the financing. She thought, but the wording all says 100% of the shares are mine as long as I don't default on the loan or anything like that.
okay. I understand what you're saying. So in this situation, um, there would need to be a certificate of good standing issued by the board to you to show that you're the qualified person with respect to this professional corporation.
Mhm.
There's a form on the board's website that you can fill out and obtain that certificate of good standing. And it just reflects your licensure and that it's not an issue here, but that the name of the professional corporation has been approved. And so members of the board, I would suggest that if you move to approve this today, that's a condition that you would require that change is made with the corporate formation documents.
So just to understand this, after we've given her the information for certificate of good standing, then she can clean up the documents with the Secretary of State's office and then send that back to us.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
She would get it filed and then provide a copy that's been done.
And there was something, I can't remember why that didn't happen. It was something when she filed it that we called the Secretary of State and they basically said there was some reason why we didn't do it. And I can't remember right now off the top of my head, but we'll try again. It was a big mess.
It'd probably go better if you've got that certificate of good standing from us first.
Okay. Well, I have the documents to the ownership change with the Kansas State that we submitted. And then, yeah, we've been through a lot with this, but yeah, okay. We'll get everything done.
So I'd like to make a motion for tentative approval of this, and as we get the paperwork cleaned up in the meantime.
Can we have a tentative approval, or do we just need approval pending the,
Yeah, and I think it's a condition that's being specified, right? That as long as that certificate of good standing is filed to reflect the change, then the trade name is approved on that condition.
Yes.
I'll second.
all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, thank you, Dr. Buller.
Is that approved for Council Grove too, or just the Osage one?
Do we need a second
I mean,
motion
not
for?
approved yet, but
We could do that after you get your paperwork cleaned up.
okay. So I need to file another trade name for that or get on another board meeting probably after.
Actually, I think if you just submit all the completed documents, I think I have the authority for that part.
Okay. All right, I'll get on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
I still have a lot of questions about the Secretary of State filings, doing business ad, trade name applications, which I think we'll dive into later. So I've requested that Mr. Resner go through that in our board training, so. All right, our report from the member at large.
All right, thank you. On September 4th and 5th, I had a chance to go and tour the new NBEO testing facility in Charlotte. So thanks to the state of Kansas and the Optometry Board for sending me on that trip. We also heard discussions regarding the development of the NBEO exams. So I'll start by saying the new testing facility is impressive to say the least. Everything from privacy, security, comfort for both the test takers and standardized patients, um, you know, and modern design elements. These were all considered at the highest level. There are 27 staff members at the NBEO. A lot of them are standardized patients, which I was just talking to Dr. Bircher about the life of a standardized patient, that your career is to get examined by a nervous optometry student, every day. It's fascinating, truly, but they've got a really nice setup for their staff, which includes a lot of really interesting positions. I'll talk a little bit about the exam development because I think that's important when it comes to relevance for our own board examination. The starting point for today's NBEO exams is a job analysis. So this is done not only to determine what an OD does, but also to prioritize an OD's highest risk and most common encounters. So for example, refraction is the most common issue we deal with. The consequences of poor performance in this area are less risky than, say, glaucoma or vascular disease, et cetera. So there's a matrix for risk and frequency of conditions encountered by ODs, and exam questions are prioritized accordingly. So based on priority, there's a range of question frequencies. I said, for example, there's 18 to 27 questions about glaucoma in each test. That just kind of gives an idea of the thought, kind of a perspective on the thought that's put into the exam content. You're not going to be overloaded with one area versus another. It's prioritized for relevance and for the stakes of the particular area. Statistically, each question, let me find each question is thoroughly scrutinized both pre and post exam for statistical validity. They have a psychometrician there who dived into some of the particular psychometric values. So a p-value is simply what percentage of respondents get the question correct. So a high p-value means it's an easier question. A low p-value means it's a harder question. If a question has a p-value above 0.9, it likely does not warrant taking up space on the board exam because it doesn't really distinguish among applicants. The vast majority of the exam questions have a p-value between 0.7 and 0.8, and it tails off from there. So there's a lot of analysis that goes into the rigor there. Another statistical measure is the R value of questions. The R values range from -1 to +1. And an R value analyzes the quality of a question by asking, among people who got the question correct, how did they score on the overall exam? So if a question has a high R value, then that means that people who generally did well on the test generally got that question right more frequently. So this would tend to be a fair question. If low overall scores were more likely to get a question right, there may be a problem with the information presented in the question. So this would indicate a negative R value. Negative R value is not good. An R value of 0 indicates that the high scores did just as well, just as poorly as the low scores. And while this is better than a negative R value, a positive R value would be better. So I go into these not to lecture on statistics because I'm not qualified to do that, but to at least to try and relay, the level of scrutiny and ask ourselves, about our current exam and kind of compare the two. Okay.
And you would, this is happening for both the written and the clinical exam.
I'm speaking specifically on the written exam, on these p-values and r-values, because the clinical examination is more of a demonstration of ability to show, okay, I can bring into view and analyze the eyelids in a slit lamp. I can bring into view and analyze.
I'm thinking of like part 1 and part 2, meaning each of those questions is equally scrutinized through the NBEO.
Yes, these are all, yeah, this is regarding all parts. Yeah. Okay, they also discussed multi-answer problems, which I've always felt were a tricky thing because one problem, check all that apply, that's like 5 true or false questions, right? So they talked about the level of scrutiny. These tend to have a higher R value, but a lower P value. So they're tougher questions, but they tend to separate the good from the great. So anyway, these were things that were discussed in terms of psychometrics on the problems. In addition to psychometrics, there was a lot of discussion about IT security and website ease of use. So to make sure that candidates are getting a fair experience. And also, when you think about an organization like the National Board of Optometry, they might be a prime target for hacking or for data compromise. You think about if you've got an optometry student that's particularly tech savvy or has a roommate or a family member that's particularly tech savvy, there might be a lot of value for someone to actually hack into these questions, and they can enrich themselves or give themselves an advantage. And so, with that in mind, the NBO has layers of security, IT security. I think the presentation that I got on that at Charlotte was the same presentation that most of us heard at Arbo regarding IT security. So I won't go into that. I'm also not very sharp on IT and security. But yes, a lot of redundancy when it comes to security and IT. On a final note, Dr. Jill Bryant sought me out and offered to attend our state board meeting virtually to answer any questions. So that's an option if we wanted to reach out to her and have her talk to our board about the national board exam. We can do that. Do any of y'all have any questions for me regarding that I might be able to answer regarding the NBEO?
First of all, were you surprised by anything you witnessed?
I was impressed. I don't know that I was surprised, after attending Arbo, I think, and just on my experience in the board. Obviously, the board exam has changed a lot since 2010 when I took it. I took part 3 at Oklahoma, which is not the school that I went to, so I was a little disoriented, but, the patients were anything but standardized, I think about that experience compared to, you have this facility, which, there's a control center, for example, where there's dozens of screens where someone's job every day is to watch and make sure that, that the test is being completed securely. I mean, the level of thought that's gone into it is obviously really high. So impressed, but surprised, probably not.
Were they administering the test to any candidates while you were there?
No.
When the newest level of Part 3 was released, a lot of complaints from our applicants was the timetable of when they could take the exam and how it conflicted with travel. I'm assuming the new facility is addressing most of that.
Well, by increasing the capacity, yes. I mean, they're able to administer a lot more exams. I can't speak to that, though. I don't know.
If I remember, they have twice as many slots available and are maybe even going to have like additional slots offered at a different time. Also, if I remember back when we spoke to some of those students, it also came down to the times were not convenient to some of the ones that they were hoping for, like they had planned trips and things. And so then I don't think that was as much of an issue. Like it turned out there were slots. It's just that a lot of students were wanting to take it at the same time later. So those slots filled up first.
At the time, we were seeing a lot of students take Part 3 before Part 2. So I'm assuming with this new level, I think they can do 48 exams in a day. That should, hopefully, we'll see less complaints.
Sure.
So.
We've discussed at different times, and obviously the way that we did our exam last year was different from the way that we did it the year before, and that we didn't have our our in-person clinical portion of the exam. I think that it's probably wise for us to discuss whether we want to keep doing things the way that we are, leaving off the clinical portion of the exam. I think would be wise to discuss why we still have a written exam. And obviously that's not on the agenda for today, but that may be a discussion that's worth having prior to, I think that our applicants will want to plan accordingly. So making a decision on whether we're going to have to reinstate the clinical skills, whether we're going to keep doing our written examination, that's probably a discussion that we need to be having prior to April. So perhaps at this meeting or the next meeting, we can make some progress on that. Any other questions that I might be able to answer regarding my trip to the NBEO? That concludes my report of the member at large.
I just wanted to tack on, for example, for Seth, when we went to our ARBO meeting, there was a very large discussion on how many states are getting falsified MBO scores, how many states are getting applicants that have failed more than 6 times, so they're requesting to take the test more often. And I do agree that unless this is addressed very directly, MBEO can really hold up to their standards. And so when their testing is questioned, when their testing is, why are some students failing and some students not? Is it a moneymaker? Is it, they really can attest to what they're doing. And that's becoming very significant in some other states currently right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, report of the public member.
No report.
Let's move on to report of the legal counsel.
Yeah, I'll probably address most of my issues later on in the meeting. I did want to briefly mention, so I had sent you all some attachments a week or so ago. Probably a familiar name, right? Stanton Optical, and the issues that they've been having around the country. One was the California board. And I think it's interesting from a regulatory perspective because these were issues in our case that we had with an optometrist who was employed at a practice that was affiliated with Stanton Optical. And the difference between, of course, there's a difference between California regulations and Kansas regulations. But they had an administrative decision similar to what we had. Ours was challenged on judicial review, which essentially found that Stanton Optical's advertisement of free eye exams violated a number of their provisions related to advertising and deceptive practices. And as far as we know, that wasn't challenged, and so that order has been upheld. We do understand from their executive director in California that there's a registration issue that they're now going to tackle with Stanton Optical. However, they don't have the funding to currently do that because they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars addressing this previous advertising issue. But at the very least, I think that order is interesting from the regulatory perspective, for you all to take a look at and determine, is that the type of policy that Kansas should be pursuing? It's a different situation here versus California with what I understand their registration of opticals to be. However, that's an issue that we had in our case, and ultimately we lost on appeal on that issue with respect to the advertisement of free eye exams and our assertion that that was misleading to the public. The other is a lawsuit that's been filed in Florida, but it relates to practices that have been affiliated with Stanton Optical in Texas. And essentially, the allegations in that lawsuit are Stanton Optical's overreach and directing the practices of 9 or so locations in Texas. They filed it in Florida because there was a choice of forum provision in their contract, which required them to litigate in Florida. You know, again, there's some analogous issues to the case that we had. The big differentiating factor is that it's the actual practitioner who's filed the lawsuit. You know, in our case, we were litigating with the practitioner, who of course is not going to be forthcoming about the reality of the situation. And so it's interesting from the perspective of, you know, ours was sort of resolved at the contractual level regarding here's the relationship. Now we have below the contractual level, here's the reality of what is going on. And I understand that there's some other issues going on in other states. And so it's at least something to pay attention to. You know, we'll track that moving forward and give any updates to you all, as I'm sure it'll be years, but as these cases resolve, and you can certainly look at them from a regulatory perspective and determine, you know, are there issues that have come out of the lawsuit or the California board action that makes sense in Kansas.
When it comes to these hearings coming before a judge, do those outcomes in other states matter? Meaning, is it influential to the decision making?
Not necessarily. I mean, it probably depends on, you know, we obviously have a statute which prohibits, you know, corporate practice unless it's through an authorized professional corporation or an LLC authorized to practice the profession. That may not be the case in some of these states, and so that's a differentiating factor. The law may be different, but you know, I can't tell you that we could present those orders as evidence of here's what is happening. But there may be a situation where they could be persuasive. At the very least, my thought is it may, you know, help to educate the board with respect to policy. Because I do think it's a, you know, that's something that you're always going to struggle with, I think, when you're litigating with, you know, the practitioner or the business entity, the optical piercing, you know, the contract to determine here's the reality of what's actually occurring.
All right, we will wrap up Mr. Resner's portion during the board training. And let's move on to the report of the executive officer.
Regarding the new licensing program that we are trying to implement, I have a training actually tomorrow. And they have told me November 2026 is when the new database will be in place. They keep saying that we're super easy, so it should be no problem, but we'll see. That was supposed to happen a year ago now at this point, so. But tomorrow I'm going to make sure that everything that we need will be implemented into the database and that we are on track for that, and then just learning all of it. My printer was fried at the end of July, so the certificates were delayed on going out, but some of them have been mailed as of last week. You guys know how long it took to get your computers. It took just as long to get my printer, and then to get it set up was a nightmare. So, and Jan had a lot more things than she let on. My office is very tiny, and she kept saying, you don't need much, you don't need much. But I'm like crammed in there, so I got to figure out how to move things around. And then I did want to talk about the April board meeting. If we want to do that now or later, it doesn't matter.
Let's do it.
We talked about doing it in Manhattan during KOA. Is that still something that we want to do? Or do we want to try and?
I highly recommend not having it during the KOA meeting.
That's fine with me. We had just
mentioned it last meeting and I needed to get with them so that we could make sure we had rooms and AV and all the things if that was something we were going to do. If not, we just continue here like normal.
I mean, I'm happy to hear input, but I think it's pretty, we can look at the state of Louisiana as a good example of why you should not mix your regulatory meetings with your association meetings. So
I agree, for sure.
let's call Kevin and see what he thinks. True, we could invite Kevin to come and speak.
Yeah. Because we had originally talked about doing it April 15th, the day before. Yeah. I wasn't sure how we would do streaming and all the things if we did not do it here.
So our other option, I think the thought was if we have it on the 15th, that is actually not during the KOA meeting. We're just changing location. Meaning April 15th, if the meeting was located in Manhattan, that is not during the KOA meeting.
It's the day before.
So we should still be okay. Any concerns with that?
April 15th.
April 15th. And you could always do remotely as well.
I'm just thinking from a traveling standpoint.
And cost.
Road, cost, things like that. It would be nice to do it in Manhattan.
I think as long as we're not doing it
During-
during the association meeting. You be busy?
Anyone's rushing to get in there.
What all do we need as far as AV setup?
That's what I was just gonna ask Tim. Do you know, like, does it have to be broadcast? Like, how does that?
No, it doesn't have to be broadcast. I mean, if you want to make it an in-person meeting only, the Open Meetings Act only requires you to provide access to the public to be able to hear or witness the meeting. If you do want to broadcast it, we'll have to figure that out. So,
I mean, if we can find like some details on what we need for that, I can try to help set that up. I mean, with the university there, I'm sure there's a lot of facilities
Yeah,
that
that's
we
true.
could potentially use if you just know what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Sounds good.
All right, so just to confirm, we will still continue the April 15th board meeting in Manhattan, Kansas. I do have a question about the licensing program, and I don't know who speaks to this, but we're being charged an extraordinary amount of money for this to happen, and we're on year 3 and nothing has happened. Does anyone speak to that? Are we just, it is what it is? And I mean, I feel like we're the client paying for a service and we're paying an extraordinary amount to see nothing getting done. So I don't know if we have any recourse with that.
yeah, I don't know that you do. So my understanding is this is the Acela platform, right?
Correct.
So my understanding is, so the legislature had appropriated X dollar amount of funds for this to be done. And OITS, I think, is actually contracted with Acela and agreed to, and your agency did as well. But the funds are going to OITS, to my understanding, and then OITS is going to be making the payment. So unless there's something I'm not aware of, that's the way the funds are going to be handled. There was a concern, doing the contract over, the potential liability if the funds would be stripped for some reason. I don't think that that's a very likely outcome, but
Just
regardless.
checking.
Yeah, and so I understand too that the real estate commission, they were first up and they were delayed. Callie, I don't know if you've heard that story, but um, it's been years. So I think that they've had a few rollouts of their version from the rumor mill.
I think we were third or fourth on the list. So hopefully all the others ahead of us are working out the bugs.
So some things to think of moving forward. You'll have one more update, so you can have as much experience as you need to tell them what you need in the program. I am a part of the OE Tracker committee for Arbo, and the latest iteration of OE Tracker is they are now going to offer a database or data bank for all practitioners to keep licenses, degrees, transcripts, scores, and that they will be able to keep it secure and verify that it's valid, which might make our world easier at some point if we just have to access everything through AE, through the tracker. I think they're coming away from Selmo. I don't think that was a very successful program, but that might at least help you in the long term track down official documents.
Hopefully.
I think, I assume, are you done, Callie? Anything else for us? Good. Let's take a break for 10 minutes and then we will resume at 10:10. All right, it is 10:18 and we are resuming the meeting. Do I have any comments from members of the public?
Todd Plusher with the KOA. Just a couple of things to kind of update you all on. So this next Monday, the Joint Committee on Rules and Regs is going to be looking at the driver's license rules and regs. They've gone through the whole 5 steps of the process so far. This is sort of the final process, and there'll be a public hearing. But assuming everything goes well with that, then the DMV will be updating the vision form that they use that you all fill out for individuals, and will reflect those changes that would no longer require you to indicate that they are safe to drive. You'll just be explaining the vision conditions that patient has, the acuity, the visual fields, and any other prognosis and diagnosis that goes on. So hopefully that will remove that "are they safe to drive" question that you're not necessarily qualified to indicate about all the other aspects of their life. So that should be coming up here shortly. So it's been a long process, but we're finally getting there. Also, just one thing to be aware of, I learned this week that Missouri is no longer going to be using OE Tracker. They're going to be using an organization called CE Broker. Shouldn't affect Kansas at all. We'll still, in Kansas, still obviously upload everything to OE Tracker for our folks. But just so you know, in case you have folks that are duly licensed, they may be having some issues with getting things uploaded differently. And we were going to try to figure out how we make sure we can upload their hours or provide them a certificate that they need to take care of that. So I think that's kind of the main thing. The last thing, just so you know, our scope of practice bill that we introduced last session is still alive. So it made it out of the House last year. We hope to push it through the Senate this year, and we'll keep you apprised on the progress as that goes through. So any questions for me?
I have a quick question about the DMV form.
Yeah.
There's been some concern that the prognosis and diagnosis portion is a HIPAA violation.
So I believe, my understanding with the form, there's actually an indication on the top that the patient is giving permission to share that information. That there is actually a disclaimer that the patient signs, and I could be wrong in that.
And I think the question is, if the patient chooses to leave that information off, will they be denied because of it?
So that's a question for the DMV. So my understanding is that they're also looking at the role of the I think it's called the Medical Advisory Board. It's made up of, there's a couple of optometrists on that. There's other healthcare providers on there as well. So what triggers that board to review the vision form to make sure that that patient can have a drive test or whatever the case is. So I think that'll all be addressed, but I'm not 100% sure on that. That's outside of our area.
I can say I had a patient, they sent the form back to me because I didn't fill it out. The first handful of patients, I didn't fill it out. I just wrote like not available because I didn't think it was their business. But then I've had a patient who they sent the form back and said incomplete.
So if we're filling that out and handing that to the patient, in the patient's possession, it's their choice to give it to somebody else or not. Wouldn't that take care of that?
Well, and there is a signature, like Todd said, it does say that they're releasing their information. So they are giving us permission to do it.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I need my password again. I am going to make a motion. All right, I'm going to make a motion that we move this meeting to executive session for the purposes of seeking and obtaining legal advice, which is privileged in the attorney-client relationship regarding CAR 6584. This meeting will resume an open session in room 281 in via WebEx at, I'm going to say 10:40. I would like to include Ms. McAtee in the session. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. is 10:40 and we are coming out of executive session. I would like to make a motion to extend the executive session. I would say until, let's do 10:55.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And we will continue in closed session.
required.
.55, and we are coming out of closed session. Would we like to wrap things up, or would someone like to make a motion to further the discussion?
So if we do your option 3, can we talk about that right now?
Mhm.
That would have to be restarted, resent through. Like the only way we don't have to resend it through the process is if we just keep it as is.
Yeah, I don't recall the exact verbiage, but in essence, it's if there's a material change made after, before, during the public hearing, then you have to go back through the process. If it's not material, say you're adjusting a comma or something like that, then you don't have to go through the process. But I think if you're modifying with option 3, then that would be material and you'd have to run it back through the process.
I think my opinion personally at this time would be we've got this far, leave it as is. And if it comes to it later, then we can always readdress it. That's my personal. Oh, I'm sorry. My personal, oh, that's really loud. Okay. My personal thought is that where we are in the process, and if we're not feeling strongly about making changes, I think we keep it as is and continue where we are, knowing that we have these other options in the future if we have to restart the process. We'll be kind of ready to go, I think.
And I think if it would be appropriate for me to meet with someone on the committee to discuss our re-review of it, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. More for relations probably.
And if we could talk at some point, you and I later, about who that might be with or who we offer that.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'm not sure if the makeup has changed. And I don't know when the changeover, it may be the fiscal year. I'm not sure. But I'll take a look at that and then we can reach out and try to set something up.
Okay.
I think we've come to a good consensus that you take this to the next step, correct?
Yeah, so the next step would be pushing forward to the public hearing based on the current version that's been approved by the DOA, AG, and then gone to hearing before JCAR. So then there's, not sure if you've been through that process, Callie. Okay. I haven't either. I'm vaguely aware of it. We can probably find somebody to give guidance, but it's, in essence, you're publishing the proposed regulation in the Kansas Register for a hearing. And I think it's a 90-day requirement that you have to give that advance notice of the hearing. And so yeah, you may or may not be able to do it at the January meeting. We can talk about that next step.
All right. Moving along, I'm actually going to request and make a motion that we move into executive session for purposes of seeking and obtaining legal advice, which is privileged in the attorney-client relationship regarding optometry law statutes and regulations regarding trade names. This meeting will resume in open session in room 281N and remotely via WebEx at 11:45. And I would like to include Ms. McAtee in the executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. It is 11:45 and we are coming out of closed session. Do we have any other further agenda items on our last? I think we just have some action items that we want to accomplish, which is a rough draft of a survey that will go out. And then go from there. All right. Unless anyone has any comments, I think we can adjourn for lunch. And then we can resume our meeting at 1 o'clock. 1:05. I'm going to continue the meeting. And we have Dr. Sharon Green here in association with Strategic Professional Solutions. I'll let you introduce yourself and Ms. Stephanie.
I'm an optometrist in Lawrence. Used to be on this state board years and years and years ago. My associate is Stephanie Beecraft. She is our executive director of the Strategic Professional Solutions, formerly named the Heart of America Professional Network. I have been on this board since 2010. It's associated through the Impaired Provider Committee through the Kansas Optometric Association. So that's kind of where we are and how that is connected to here. I'll have Stephanie give just kind of a brief overview of the program.
Well, and I brought some brochures just for you guys to be able to look at because I didn't. Okay, so I don't really have a presentation because wasn't sure what you guys were wanting, but as Sharon said, we are Strategic Professional Solutions, formerly Heart of America Professional Network, and we are the impaired provider program. That's hard to say. That is contracted with KOA to provide services. So basically, SPS is an alternative to discipline program. For licensees that might be struggling with some type of substance use disorder, mental health crisis, and need some additional support, assistance, accountability in lieu of losing their license or having their license suspended or not being able to work. And so when a person is referred, and people can be referred in different ways. They can self-refer if they know that they're struggling and need that accountability, or they can be referred to us by the association or the board if a complaint has been made and it's been investigated and determined that there is an issue. So once they're referred to our program, we have them go do an evaluation, whether it's a substance use disorder evaluation or a mental health or both, depending on what the reason of the referral was. And then based on those recommendations and the results, the diagnosis, the reason for referral, we will determine if this person would benefit from coming into our program for monitoring, either a 1-year or a 3-year program, depending again on the diagnosis and the circumstances of the referral. And during that time, they are required to do random drug testing. 12-step meetings. If their evaluation recommended them to complete some type of treatment or mental health services, to follow through with that. And any other things that needs to happen to make sure that they are A, taking care of themselves and getting better, but B, and most importantly, not a threat to public safety and to patient safety. And so ultimately, that is the goal of SPS, is to provide accountability so there is public safety. Obviously, we don't want physicians or doctors or nurses or OTs or PTs practicing while under the influence or struggling with a untreated mental health diagnosis. So I gave you this brochure that basically talks about our services and how a person can be referred. But we've been around, I mean, I don't know when, the 90s, early 90s, late 80s is when the, late 80s is when the legislation was enacted to provide these type of program. And then SPS, formerly HAPN, has been around probably since the early 90s. So we have been providing these services for a long time. I don't know what else you guys need, or if you guys have questions.
So I wanted to bring this to the board's attention because there has been a contract made between Strategic Professional Solutions, the KOA, and the board that has been going on for, I think, over a decade now. And so the executive director has been facilitating this contract, and when it came to my attention, I had no awareness of it. None of my former board members had no awareness of it. Mr. Resner had no awareness of it. So I wanted it to be just an informative session so we could find out your services and also long-term what this means for ramifications from the board. So that's all.
So the question I have, so if a board like this or someone's making a referral to you, then you turn around and give reports back to this doctor's progress and things of that nature?
Yes. Yeah, part of the contract, and I think there are two separate contracts, am I correct? There's the contract between SPS and KOA. And then there's a separate contract between KOA and the board. And so I don't know what that one looks like. I just know my contract. But yeah, part of our contract is that we provide quarterly reports. Once a optometrist is referred to our program and accepted into our program, we do send quarterly reports. Not deep, dark, dirty secrets, but just basic in the program, in compliance, doing okay. And if they were to test positive or if there was a concern, then we notify the board at that time. Testing positive while in the program deems them to be unsafe to practice, and at which time we'd require them to get a new or updated evaluation for next steps before they can be deemed safe to practice. And then those kind of reports are sent to the board as well when that happens.
Is it your duty to report to the board or KOA's duty to report to the board?
I actually send the reports to, I would right now, because we don't currently have any optometrists right now, but for our other disciplines, I send the reports directly to, well, it depends.
That's why I'm asking.
I send them to both. I send a overall report. Well, in this case, it would just be to Todd. Yeah. It's hard to say because I was thinking our other professions are under the Board of Healing Arts. So I don't have to deal with that with you. Sorry. I'm like getting all confused. So we would send it, we could do it either way. I could send it directly to Todd. Either he can forward it to the board or I can send it to both. It doesn't matter to me. I just need to be told.
Can you tell me just statistically, like what percentage of health professionals are usually flagged in this area?
Oh, well, statistically, a lot of research since COVID, especially, there's been an increase in stress and burnout and just mental health and behavioral health issues in the overall. And I read somewhere that as of 2024, 25.6% of healthcare professionals could have a diagnosable disorder. That doesn't mean that they're being referred to us. It takes a lot of guts for someone to self-refer and to admit that they're struggling. So usually it doesn't happen until there's been a complaint from a patient or a family member or a blatant criminal charge, felony. We have felony DUIs and or other criminal charges that come to the board's awareness. And so that's when they're referred. So it's hard to say how many people are actually referred to us but are compared to how many people aren't and should be.
Sneak
Oh.
in real fast. I was told by her predecessor, our interim executive director, and this is kind of what scared me, was that 5% of a group our size may have some impaired issues. And so that scared me, being on the board for 15 years and never having an optometrist. Either we're all really fantastic or we're missing some folks that need some help. And so that was one of my concerns.
I would say it's more than 5%. It's like I said, as of 2024, 25.6% of healthcare professionals have a diagnosable disorder. So.
How many people are at any given time are generally going through this with you guys?
Well, currently, because we also have a contract with the Board of Nursing, so we have, nurses are our biggest caseload. Right now, we have about 105 nurses and about 10 through the Board of Healing Arts. So PTs and OTs, that's who we have a contract with right now, is the PTs and the OTs. So right now, we're at 125. I've just been here for a little over a year. And the numbers were significantly low. COVID did a number, lots of factors caused, there was just drift and I think relationship issues and this and that people stopped referring. And so I've been working really hard. When I came on board a year ago, there was probably about 80 some people. And so now we're back up to about 110, 115. So there are slowly getting more referrals from both the Board of Nursing, Board of Healing Arts, and the self-referrals have really been picked up, which is very exciting that when people recognize that they're struggling.
And then can you,
Oh, sorry.
when you are assessing practitioners, are you making a recommendation to the board about public health? Or I assume it's the board's decision to decide whether or not that practitioner is a threat to the public, or are you having that decision-making or response to the?
That's a great question because again, I haven't worked directly with the optometrist board, but I know with like the Board of Healing Arts, before we actually send out, unless it's a blatant, we get a evaluation back and this person's a severe use disorder, been drinking every day up until 2 weeks ago, that's a pretty obvious, or a nurse that's been diverting medication and taking it, those are pretty obvious public threats. But with like the Board of Healing Arts, once I get the evaluation back, we send them a recommendation letter and let them look at it. And then they determine, and again, I don't know how it would work, to be honest, if you guys want to pipe in, how it would work with the optometry board. They would determine if there was any legal action on their end. And that's only those that have been referred by the board. Those self-referrals aren't known to the board or anyone until or unless they violate, like have a positive UA. And then at that point, the board would be notified of this person. So it just kind of depends on how they came into the program. But if it was a referral, like I just had a long conversation with my contact at the Board of Healing Arts today about a mental health person. And like, he's like, I don't really see why this would be beneficial to her. She doesn't have any current substance use disorder, blah, blah, blah. And so he was going to present it to his panel and go from there. So we do, hopefully our expertise, I forgot to share, I'm a licensed clinical addiction counselor. And Elizabeth, who's in the office with me, is a social worker. So hopefully between the two of us, there would be some, respect about, they probably know what they're talking about. I think between the two of us, probably 50 years experience in the field. So we try not to just throw people in the program just for fun. But, if there is a concern, our goal is also public safety, along with, I'm assuming, the boards and association and such.
So again, just kind of historically, when I was on the board in the 2000s, we all knew that there was this contract with the KOA and with the Heart of America Professional Association. So there's a line item in the budget that states as such. So my understanding at the time was that it went through the KOA, but then the board was advised of people then that were in the program. But nobody, again, that I am aware of has been in the program.
How long does the average person then stay? I mean, what's the success rate? Or
You're asking hard questions. First of all, how do you define success? Because a lot of people can have typically we give people 3 non-compliances, and there's usually warnings. Now, if it comes down to substance use, that's a hard non-compliance, like if you're testing positive. But non-compliance for not turning in your 12-step meetings or not getting your monthly report in or whatever, we give warnings. I already forgot your question. Success, okay, so, so, you know, a person could have one non-compliance and then get their act back together and finish the rest of the year. They're either given a 1-year or a 3-year program. And again, it's kind of based on the severity of their diagnosis and the consequence or the reason for referral. And so it's really hard to say what the success rate is off the top of my head. I think the last time I counted was, or looked, it was probably about 60%. And then that 40% that were not considered successful were either discharged non-compliant because they had 3 non-compliances, or some people decide to voluntarily withdraw, like something comes up and like, I can't do this anymore. And at that point, when that happens, I'm not going to say if they're successful or not, because the reason for voluntary withdrawal is so different for everybody. Some of it is financial reasons. Some of it is because they were denied to go on, on a trip that they want to go on. So they just go ahead and get out of the program so they can go on this trip. That is something we're working on with the Board of Nursing. But so yeah. I would say it's very low. Since I've been on for the past year, I don't know of anyone who's, well, there was one person whose license was in the process of being revoked, and he just eventually withdrew because they finally told him, this was a nurse, and not substance use issues, not mental health. It was more of a boundaries problem. So he finally just voluntarily withdrew because he knew they were going to revoke his license. But otherwise, most, you know, and that's what the purpose of this program is, you know, healthcare workers are at a demand in Kansas and throughout the country. Why do we want to just go ahead? Oh, you made a mistake. Oh, you're human. You got a DUI. Oh, you're struggling with this. Why should we just punish them and take away that license, but instead give them this opportunity to get the help they need, maintain their licensure and their livelihood, and help the state of Kansas by keeping the healthcare professional in spot in their job. So did I answer your question for the most part?
So just to update the board, as far as I know, the 2024 and 2025 contract hasn't been signed. And it was just because of the switch between executive directors. But our contract does state that all referrals are reported to the board, not just the members that have to go into therapy. And I do think this would have been very useful. We did have an investigation last year where the KBI had to report to the board of a conviction, and it would have been great. I mean, it wasn't a I think a mental health issue, but not necessarily a drug addiction, but that would have been useful for us to say, here is our plan for you moving forward. So it does come up.
And I've never seen that contract between KOA and the board, so I just know what our contract is. So.
Tim, did you have a question? Sorry, like the dentist. I do find it interesting that I just met a colleague that is a psychiatrist that works nationally and is very well renowned, and he lives in Lawrence, Kansas. And this is what he does full time, is treat patients. So Lawrence is a little hubbub of, huh?
Acumen assessments.
I'm not aware of his, he's in a private practice and just, yeah.
I know who he is, yeah.
Do you utilize Acumen for assessments?
Sometimes they are very expensive, like $8,800. So that's really for people that need a forensic evaluation, you know, more of like the boundary issues, the, not just your run-of-the-mill substance use disorder person that we can send to a licensed addiction counselor. We send anyone that we use has to have a clinical licensure at least. So, but you know, we're also, it costs a lot of money. And so I try to be mindful of that as well, especially for some of our licensees that may have lost their job because of the incident. Now they have no income and we're asking them to go do. So I haven't referred anyone officially to Acumen. I've talked to them and then I've talked to the licensee and they're like, I can't spend $800. And so they find somewhere else. And there's another gentleman in Lawrence, and I can't think of a thing about top of it. He's private. So I wonder if that's, but he's a little bit more reasonable, about 2,000. Still a lot of money.
I represent the BSRB
Okay.
as well, and so we refer to Dr. Latham
Oh, Latham.
at Acumen,
Yeah.
quite often.
Yeah, that's who I've talked to. But that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Very expensive.
Would you mind going into a little bit more detail? So, at least under the statute, board members or the board has the ability to refer for an assessment. So you mentioned that goes to a clinical licensed addiction counselor, or social worker, whoever that may be.
Mhm.
And then what's the process moving forward? If you can give like a case study.
Once we receive the evaluation, okay, so once we receive the evaluation, typically, you know, I would, Elizabeth, the program director and the office, and I would staff it and look at the evaluation, look at the recommendations, and together determine, does this person, and I'm really trying to be more diagnosis driven, like someone who comes across with no diagnosis, I'm not going to put them in a 3-year program. Or someone that comes back with a severe use disorder, I'm not going to put them in the 1-year program. So we look at all that together and determine what would be the best step, and then write up the agreement and send it over to them for them to sign and return. And then once they enter the program, they check in daily on our compliance app, and that's where they're notified if they have a drug test that day or not. That's where they submit their 12-step meetings, support meetings. They're also all required to go or participate in a monthly monitoring meeting, which we do by Zoom. And we have 12 groups throughout the month that they can choose from. And it's just, and it's facilitated by myself, Elizabeth, or we contract with 3 other social workers. And it's just kind of a support meeting, a caduceus meeting for them to check in, get any support from the other licensees or participants. Like, how did you handle this? Or, and it gives us a chance to have eyes on them. Because otherwise, we don't see them. We're in, our office is in Overland Park, and we have people throughout the state of Kansas. So that's our way of checking in.
Yeah, and in your experience, I don't know how privy you've been to, you know, disciplinary orders from various boards, but I've had a little bit of experience with HAPN. It's been probably a decade plus, but you know, my recollection is that those orders will say, you know, you must participate in a HAPN program, fully comply with it, and then send it to completion. And then if you don't, that'll be a violation of a board order.
Mhm.
And my recollection is at least once or twice, you know, we would get reports from HAPN, you know, so-and-so failed to do this. It's 1 strike, 2 strikes, whatever it may be. And then if had at least one that the person failed to comply, was kicked out of the program,
Mhm.
you know, which then triggered disciplinary action on the board side. Kind of a long-winded statement, but.
Yeah, well, and I know that there's, you know, I'm learning that there's been some bad connotation with HAPN from the past, and I think it's because of that. With the Board of Healing Arts, they are very much more rehabilitative minded than punishment, so they are willing to give people chances. The Board of Nursing is the very 3 strikes, you're out. But that is where we're trying to, you know, I'm really pushing, well, let's not violate someone because they didn't GPS monitor or hit the GPS button on their 12-step meeting. Like, that's ridiculous. Now, if it's 3 positive drug tests and that's their substance of choice, that's concerning for sure. And, we've had them go do reevaluations and try to get them the help they need. And if they're not willing to get the help, then at that point, it's kind of like, well, sorry, but the patients, the public is more important. I come from working with the felony DUI population, and it's the same concept, just different, population. And I'm like, if you can't be trusted, if you can't stay sober, why are we going to let you be in the community or give you a driver's license? And I realized you don't have to have a driver's license to drive. It's frowned upon that you don't have one, but um, it's, I totally forgot where I was going. So I know I am really trying to kind of change the culture of it not being so punitive in nature, but more, let's look at the whole picture. Why are we holding something that happened to you that you did 5, 10 years ago against you for today? And let's look at what you're doing today. We were just talking about that on the way over here. Like, I don't want anyone to judge me because I know I look all sweet and innocent, but I could tell you some stories. And I wouldn't want anyone to hold that against me today in what I'm doing. So
So the 3 strikes you're out approach, is that, if they would violate the terms of the happen agreement, that
Yeah.
you must report that to the board?
yep, and that's the KNAP. I mean, that's the KNAP side, the Kansas Nurse Assistance Program. Yeah.
Okay.
So any non-compliance is also reported to the board.
Is that true through the rehabilitation approach too, that you're still reporting those? Do they ask for that information?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
But they're more,
Board of Healing Arts gives you more chances.
they're looking to follow your recommendation.
Yeah. Yep.
Rehabilitation.
Yep. Yeah. The board, I can say the Board of Healing Arts side for sure. Yeah. KSBN, we're working on some things.
So we had an applicant at one point who, I think legally our only recourse was that he had lied on the application, but had a pretty severe history of felonies and alcohol use. Tim, is it possible that we would accept, if we had no legal ramifications to deny him, that we would accept him pending he completed a program like this? Mr. Resner?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. We've had an applicant before with a pretty severe history of felonies from DUIs and alcohol abuse, and our only justification for denying his application was the fact that he lied on the application, not the fact that he had multiple felonies. So legally, is it possible that we would at some point have to say, yes, we allow you to have your license, but you would have to complete a program like this before?
I don't believe you have the ability to require them to complete the program. I think you can require, if there's a concern about the ability to practice safely, I think you have the ability to require an evaluation. And I think at that step, it's kind of an interim step. You'd have the ability to ask them to complete an evaluation, and then pending those results, if it is someone who's flagged for some kind of dependency issue, then you could, it likely would be part of a consent agreement, stipulation and consent order. But you could, it's been a number of years. I think at one point the dental board was involved with Happen. Are they?
They still are.
Okay. That's been the bulk of my experience through the dental board, but, essentially the consent orders would say, we'll stay suspension or whatever it may be, pending you complete this program successfully. That's an option, and it's been more of a rehabilitative approach. I can remember one situation where, for whatever reason, the practitioner couldn't get out of their own way and had a bunch of chances, and they just stopped complying with the program, and I think the board had enough and revoked. But that's a viable option, as long as you can meet the standards under the statute to compel the evaluation. Then you can get that information at that point.
And I'm just going to jump in. This is where I love our 1-year extended evaluation option is for these kind of situations that, okay, because I know this might be hard to believe, but sometimes people lie at their evaluation about their substance use. I know, isn't that shocking? They lie about their substance use history. But yet, and I don't like to use history, but history needs to be taken, I'm not going to put someone in a 3-year program just because of their history. But if someone comes in with 3, 4 DUI convictions and now all of a sudden they're in recovery, I would probably still ask them to do a 1-year extended evaluation where they can really prove that they are in recovery and that they are safe to practice. For example, we just had, he was a nurse. He came through, did his evaluation. In his evaluation, he reported last use of alcohol in 2021, last use of marijuana in 2014, get his drug test results back. Guess what they were positive for? Alcohol and marijuana. So I'm like, this, and that's what concerns me more than anything is like the dishonesty. It's not, you're a nurse. What else are you not being honest about? That's terrifying. And so I was like, let's just do a 1-year. And of course he was upset about it. He's like, it's legal to drink, it's legal to smoke such and such amount under the Kansas Farm Act or whatever. I don't know. And I said, regardless of legality, the fact that you are dishonest is more terrifying than anything. Honesty is such a huge piece of recovery and getting better. And I was waiting for his reply. And the next day I finally get one. I'll call Summer and get an evaluation or reevaluation scheduled and sign the paperwork. So, he had time to think about it and like, oh, yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of what I thought of when we're talking about this situation. Like, he's got this history. I don't want to just hold it against him, but at the same time, what is he currently doing? Is he really safe to practice? If he has a substance use disorder, alcohol use disorder, severe history, just one drink could result in a relapse and a spiral out of control at that point versus someone like me who doesn't have a substance use disorder. I can have a drink and be done or not have a drink. So, we just got to look at the whole picture. So I just kind of wanted to add that. That's why I love our 1-year program. It gives them the chance to prove that they are doing what they say they're doing. And if they're not, we'll get that positive UA and we can take next steps. And again, it's not about being cruel or punishment, but it's about public safety and also for them to have a better life because we all know addiction does not result in a better life. So kind of look at it that way.
So is our contract caught back up now?
I don't know where we stand, actually. I haven't been. And I don't think I have your signature either, Todd. And so I think Mr. Resner will kind of peel through the contract and just, if we have any questions or if he has any concerns that he wants to address with the board, he'll let us know. You got that a little bit back.
Yeah, excuse me.
You're fine.
Are you all wanting to review the contract? You could, I suppose, if 25 signed, you could review it in January to go ahead and execute. It sounds like in the past, it's just been delegated to the executive director.
I just brought this informative meeting because we were signing a contract and I had zero information about the program. I didn't, so I thought it was very helpful for the board to know what was at stake and also our involvement long-term. So
I would think going forward, any contract that we're signing as a board, it ought to at least just show up on our agenda that time rather than just being delegated.
agree. By Jan.
So we could tee it up for January special meeting if you want to do it before the contract terminates. Maybe in the future you're targeting October for any renewal of the agreement.
Sure. Any other questions for Dr. Green or Stephanie? I really appreciate you guys coming out, and we love swag. Is this in violation of a state? Did you guys have any questions for us at all? No. All right. Thank you so much. So I think at ARBO, the impaired provider program was the first time it was ever discussed as well. So I thought it was a good link into our ARBO meeting. So. You guys tell me. We have our IT training starting at 2, and I think it's going to be a solid hour and a half. Do you guys want to take a mini break before we get started? And so why don't we adjourn and we will start again at 2 o'clock. I am going into recess. Thank you. Recess, and then we'll come back in at like 1:55. Beaver.
So my question and suggestion is handling a potential complaint in which if you were to have an anonymous complaint against a provider for two reasons. One, that they were maybe reselling used frames. How to approach or how to deal with that. And two, if the same provider were to have people that had concerns because they had Ring cameras pointed at exam rooms, filming the health information and discussions that were going on with that. How would you guys think about approaching that?
The Ring camera is in the exam room or just within the office?
My understanding is a separate Ring camera is pointed at each exam room. I have not seen how that might be set up. And then the other issue being selling used frames as if they potentially knew.
The frame issue is hard to peg. Like even investigating that, how you would determine if that was,
A real thing or not, yeah.
and that was an anonymous complaint?
This complaint with photos showing scratches and dings and stuff on the frames, trying to document.
More than one frame?
Yes.
Would they have like a purchase order, invoice, anything along those lines related to the?
Unknown at this time.
Yeah, I mean, you could follow the records to try to substantiate when they received the frames and time or how they received them.
So my first thought or approach, and tell me if I'm thinking of this wrong, would be to call up that provider and say, these are some things of concern, and have a conversation.
I would get it in
If
writing.
there was an issue, maybe to help get somebody back on the straight and narrow path, but you see why I'm asking. It's kind of unusual.
I feel like without the patient's complaint, we don't have a lot of direction.
Mhm.
Meaning, any patient that had that complaint that came into an office, we would be able to say, oh, either the lab caused the damage or it was damaged in shipping, and we can replace that at no charge. So if the doctor's arguing that they won't replace it, is different than,
I believe this doesn't spell it out, but I believe this complaint is coming from somebody that either at one time has worked in the office or still does.
It said a concerned employee at the end of the complaint.
Okay, I missed that part, but
Yeah.
I mean, the access and what's being shown isn't from some patient.
so I believe it's appropriate to send a letter saying I have questions 1, 2, and 3, and I expect a response.
Okay.
But I would do everything in writing. I would not do a phone call.
Okay, fair enough.
What are the rules in Kansas about recording?
When it comes to the cameras.
Yeah, I mean, it may depend on who's the owner of the cameras. If it's the OD, and as long as they're maintaining the footage confidentially, I'm not sure that arises to anything.
Okay.
The frame issue, obviously, that could be fraud in connection with the practice of optometry.
And it was presented as if it was fraud, something being resold and not made aware of, so.
But the footage, I mean, that sounds unusual. I don't know if anybody is familiar with something like that, but
I think you could at least, can we at least ask to demonstrate how you're keeping this information secure? I mean, that's all wireless. It's really challenging to keep that secure.
Mhm.
It's patient private information. I don't know if we are allowed to.
yeah,
Inquire about that.
I think that's a good stream because, I mean, I think with Ring, there's like a cloud-based platform, right?
Mhm.
The recording would go
Save
to.
the recording.
Yeah.
So
If
as far
that's,
as-
That's a problem then. Yeah.
that's what they're doing, then that's not necessarily secure, potentially.
And that would fall
There's
under
IT,
our
she's nodding.
professionalism clause. So, okay.
That's it.
Something in writing, series of questions, need you to respond. Okay. Any other suggestions?
When they call you, say, I need the response in writing.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you.
All right, I move we recess this meeting to an executive session for the purpose of board IT training, the justification of which is to discuss matters relating to board security measures, the discussion of which may jeopardize board security measures including related to the board's information systems. This meeting will resume in open session in room 281N and remotely via WebEx at 3:30. I would like to include Ms. McAtee in the executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. And motion is approved. We will move into closed session. 8:30, and we are coming out of executive session. I had one more thing I was going to say. Oh, and I think you'd be surprised when there are, I think commonly a complaint comes in and everyone goes, oh, that's not big of a deal. And then you discuss it with Tim and he's like, but what about F, XYZ? And it becomes a full-blown investigation. So I do think it's a good idea just to run things through somebody. I mean, dealing with the one like you did, I think that's fine. But I think we just need to have record of it. And previously we were doing lots of phone calls, no record keeping, and
I put a note on the log that just said that I personally called the office via phone call and took care of it. I mean, that I asked them to do what she was asking.
and then ideally with our new system, we'll be able to have somewhere to store these and actually attach it to a doctor's chart or information so that someone has access to
License
it.
number or something, yeah.
Because we have, Jan's brain and memory was all we had for a lot of that.
Okay.
So. Anything else we want to address? Would anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting? I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you, everyone. Meeting is adjourned.